I will use 21 on you. I'm serious, billahi. Now, what I'm saying, Janjamure, I'm definitely recognizing your presence. Your presence, that of Councillor, that of Central Badibu, that of Kiang West. I want to recognize your presence. And Parliamentary.
Honorable Speaker, are they the only members in the House?
Who is that? Nominate a member.
I just want you to call my name. They know I'm also here.
You were not here yesterday. Nominate a member. There was a ruling that anyone who used the mic without the leave of the Speaker or permissible interruption, I'll use 21 against the member. We don't want people to use the mic. If you want to speak, you raise your permissible interruption. No, don't use your mic. No, don't do that.
I want to ask for permission.
Don't use, please don't do that again. Don't do that again. Minister, order. Minister, you know there's law that question asked and fully answered should not be asked again. All members, they know about it. It's in our law. So that's what I was drawing his attention to. But it looks like you still want to answer his questions. I will allow you to go ahead. But he knew very well he was out of order. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I will not admit your question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Okay. For the interest of the National Assembly member from Banjul North, am I right? And Janjambure, there was no delay in the implementation of the Act. We follow procedures in programming. The Act came into existence in 2021. So to operationalize it, we had to develop a policy, which we developed in 2022, and we started implementation in 2023. So all the activities that I had enumerated were implemented between 2023 and 2024. So there was no delay actually. We are just following procedures. First, you develop the laws, and to operationalize, you do the policy and the strategy, and you start implementing. There was no delay actually. Yeah, we are on top of things.
Member for Parliamentary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you've made mention about the 4 million fund that your minister have already raised for persons with disabilities. Could you kindly tell us who were the beneficiaries of that $4 million? Thank you.
We supported, first of all, what we did was we established for the first time in the history of the Gambia a Disability Advisory Council in November 2022. And then they went on a sensitization across the country. The chairperson is Magistrate Kurubali. And after that, after the sensitization, then there are organizations of persons with disabilities across the country. So they send in their work plans, which we supported. I don't remember the names of each and every organization, but then I'll find out, and then I'll make sure that that's available. But then we supported 10 organizations of people with disabilities across the country. And that was because of the setting up of the Advisory Council, and the members went around the country to sensitize them on the policy, on the Act and the policy, and what the policy can do for them, and also about the $4 million that we have acquired from government to give support. Yeah, I'll make sure that we get the names of all the organizations, 10 of them, and provide them the list accordingly. Yeah, but they're across the country, not only in the Greater Banjul area.
Member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those responses. You did make mention of the establishment of a National Advisory Council for Persons with Disability. Can you briefly highlight their functions and how frequent are they engaged with the persons with disability?
Thank you very much. The National Advisory Council on People with Disability is the liaison between us and people with disabilities and their organizations. This was the reason why we saw the need to establish them in November of 2022. They engage directly with people with disabilities. All the members are persons with disabilities. So they engage directly with the organizations, and they know what their needs are and where they are located. So when the organizations are implementing the activities, they also take part to see and to make sure that these programs are implemented adequately and also on time. And they also go on monitoring visits, and they make sure that they do their reports, they prepare their reports and submit them to us on time. That's one of the functions of the Advisory Council. They advise us on the needs and concerns of people with disabilities and their organizations and what we need to do for them. So they are also to have the liaison between us and the organizations of persons with disabilities across the country. And every quarter they go around on monitoring to see how far they have gone with the implementation of their activities, and they advise accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 438 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Prefect is out. Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare, I want to thank you for those answers provided to honorable members. Thank you so much, and Ramadan Mubarak, and also wish you happy Laylatul Qadr. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Question for oral answers continues. Question for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, you may take the podium. And I think this is your first time here. You are welcome. Questions, I mean, this is your first time for questions. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 164 of 2024 by the member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education update this August Assembly on the status of the Agricultural Senior Secondary School situated in Pirang Village?
Bismillah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Kumbu East. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Minister of Agriculture in 2020 for the establishment of an agricultural senior secondary school in Pirang. The whole essence of establishing the school is to have a school that is specialized wholly in the various disciplines of agriculture. Its location in the Pirang Horticultural Center is to serve as a demonstration center, thus offering students proximity to hands-on practical experiences. Currently, the school has 3 academic blocks and administrative blocks, a poultry house, a small ruminant house, a computer lab, technical lab, food processing lab, science lab, and a library with toilets. The computer lab is fully furnished and equipped, but due to resource constraints, the remaining labs are yet to be furnished and equipped. In the same vein, no activity has started in the poultry and small ruminant houses. It would be recalled that the school was up to this level, fully funded by the MRC Poland Foundation. On this note, I want to take an opportunity to appreciate the good work that they have been doing to complement efforts of Gambia government through the ministry. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister update that inform this Assembly if there are some shortages in the provision of certain laboratories that are key in the area, in the field that they are studying as a sample school? There has been some graduates, people that have graduated already without those things, and they found it very difficult. What measures have you taken to make sure that these things have been copped on, to make sure students that are currently serving are making good use of the pilot project?
Thank you, Honorable Member. During my recent school visit, I took the opportunity to visit the school. It took me 16 days to visit 60 schools across the country. And just to say that I also noticed, the through my visit that some of these laboratory equipments really need to be available for the school to operate well. And therefore, I am working on a report which consequently will be shared with partners for potential support to operationalize some of the laboratories that really are lacking the necessary equipment for practical experiences to be extended to the students so that by the time they leave the school, at least they are prepared enough to transit to other areas within the tertiary and secondary education, tertiary and higher education if they wish. Or if they don't, they can still complete with the requisite practical experiences that they can forge their own careers, if that is to become entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you made mention about the issue of funding. That's in the startup of the normal procedures of the school with regards to furniture and other fittings within the laboratory sector. Are there any plans in putting into action or plans to put it into the next budget coming so that it can be something of that we can deal with at the Parliament? Are you planning to put it in your budget next coming session?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I am privy to information in 2025 regarding procurement of laboratory equipments for schools across the country. And these laboratory equipments should be here this year. In addition to that, I still feel we need more partner support to complement what we already have to ensure that we really are able to fully provide the required laboratory equipment to enhance learning.
The member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister. Congrats on your appointment. My question is, as the name implies, having the school being an agricultural school, when will the small ruminant and the poultry unit at the school be operational as you have it?
Yes, so I have not set a timeline to this, although I have been to the school myself. Like I said, it is through this visit that I am hoping to engage both the Gambia government and partners to see how we can work together to galvanize our efforts to operationalize the key, the laboratories, including the small ruminant. But hopefully, we will work very hard to ensure that we operationalize it this year. It is part of my plans. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Let me also seize the opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, in addition to the infrastructure and activities that you highlighted as part of the update, did you take accounts of the number of students or trainees that are enrolled in the school? And if so, how many?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Okay, I may not, on top of my mind, remember the number, but just to tell you that during the school visits, it was a very complete process that took us to engage not only the school authorities, but also community members, teachers, and some students. And we had an elaborate meeting just to have a feel of what happens in the school. And of course, the student populations were mentioned during this meeting, which I have in my report. But on top of my head, because I visited 60 schools across the country, I'm afraid I cannot remember the number. Thank you.
Question number 165 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for basic education and basic and secondary education inform this August Assembly if its ministry is considering to provide school bus services for the struggling students commuting from Combo East to Brikama daily.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, student welfare is indeed a major concern for the ministry, and this is why government provides school bus services to ensure that students commute safely to and from school. With more schools open around the country, the ministry has put in plans to expand the services. In the Greater Banjul area, both the number of buses has increased and there was addition of new routes. The next target is to move into the remaining parts of Combo and into the provinces, and GTSC is willing to collaborate. However, the limited factors in the budget lines, as as we struggle to pay our current bills, are some of the reasons that are impeding our progress in these areas. Thank you.
Member for Fonye Councillor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Minister. We also thank you for your appointment, and we said welcome to the journey of governance. Thank you. In the issue of buses providing to the provincial Gambia, how soon can we see this done? Because we've seen it's only concentrated in the combos alone, and the provinces are also part of academia in terms of basic and secondary. How soon can we see this done in the provinces?
Honorable Member for Fonye Councillor, you know you're out of order. Now you're out of order.
Speaker.
Member for Latikuna Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, the more the ministry extends both services, the more the ministry owe GTSC. Can you tell us the plans you have to pay the remaining areas you owe to GTSC before extending?
Honorable,
it's off when I was speaking.
I don't know. I didn't know, maybe because the mic knew very well, you're out of order. Please take your seat. You're out of order. Member for Serekunda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Minister. Whose responsibility is it to provide these bus services? Is it your ministry or the Ministry for Transport? If it's your ministry, does it incur cost? Thank you.
Which bus services? To where? Use your mic.
No, but you have to read the parent question. School bus for those students from Combo East to Birkama.
Thank you. Okay. Minister, please respond to,
thank you.
to
Thank
that
you,
question.
Speaker.
Combo
Thank
East
you,
to Birkama,
Honorable Member for Serekunda. As a ministry, it is our responsibility to provide welfare services to our students. And among that is to ease the transportation where there are difficulties. And so the payment of the transportation service rests within the budget of the ministry, although there has been challenges in paying the service provider, GTSC. Thank you.
Question number 166 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Kiang Central. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Kiang Central.
Yes.
Yes, I saw the tag of the, in fact, he was the first to raise his tag, lawful.
Thank you very much for being very generous to give me the floor. And Honorable Minister, you are welcome to the journey. In the answer and the questions, struggling students, it's across. The provincial Gambia students are struggling. What does your ministry have to ease their transportation challenges?
Honorable, take your seat. You're out of order. Question number 166 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Kiang Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your appointment. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education tell this August Assembly whether there are any plans to upgrade some lower basics to upper basics and from upper basic to senior secondary schools in my constituency, and there are a serious needs for improvement of this aspect?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang Central. Yes, there are plans. Always there are plans for scaling up of schools from one level to the other. We have requirements that these schools need to meet. And once those requirements are met by the school in consultation with the regional offices, requisitions come to our office and we grant approvals for scaling ups from one level to the other, whether LBS, UBS to senior secondary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is no further questions.
The member for Central Badebu, you have the floor.
Yes, there are plans to scale up when the need arises. But as of now, do you make any survey about Kiang Central, whether there is a need to upgrade their schools from either lower to upper or from upper to senior?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Normally, we have the regional offices within every region who work with the schools. And because they are in close contact with each other, when the need arises for a school to be scaled up, the school authorities extend such requests to the regional offices, which are assessed, and if they meet the requirements, such requisitions are sent to headquarters for approval. So not that we go around conducting surveys to ascertain what school needs scaling up. It actually comes as a request from the school, given the demand from the community as the school grows and expands and requires more extension to allow the vicinity students to have access to the school educational facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Latikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when we upgrade schools, there are two things: to provide accessibility, but also, are we also mindful about the impact on education and also the impact on the students?
Okay, I'll try.
Latikunda, yes. You said scaling up, increasing.
My question is, when we upgrade schools from upper basic to senior secondary, we want to achieve accessibility so that students can have access to these facilities called the senior secondary school. By doing so, are we also mindful the impact on the quality of education?
Okay. When it is absolutely necessary for a school to be scaled up, schools are scaled up for certain reasons. For example, if the commuters to the school, they will have to, for example, travel very long distances to access the other levels of their education in nearby communities. And if they have the numbers in place, we scale it up. So that is very impactful. What it does is, the benefit is that it maintains, those children within those communities, because now they will have an opportunity to do both their upper basic and senior secondary education within the same area. For quality, it's at the heart of our work, and we are working all the time to ensure that quality is delivered so that they all leave prepared enough to transit to tertiary or higher education. Thank you.
Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your new position. My concern is addressed at this just Yes.
Member for Nyanija, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the responses. My question is, what are the requirements to upgrade schools? Like, if a lower basic, from lower basic to upper basic, from upper basic to senior secondary schools. It's important, it's not nice.
Okay. The requirements. If, for example, let's say within this community we have only upper basic, and for us to go to senior secondary, transit to senior secondary, we have to travel more than 2 kilometers. So the one of the reasons is that to allow the students not to travel so far a distance to access school. So if that is absolutely there, clear, and then we have the student population that is going to efficiently allow us to run a senior secondary, we consider upgrading the school. Thank you.
Member for Opanyomi and Majority Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. My question is fully answered by Honorable Minister.
Question number 167 of 2024 by the member for Woolly West. I'm told he authorized the member for Tumana to read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and congratulations, Honorable Minister, for your new appointment. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly if there are any plans to provide adequate stationaries to lower basic schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, stationery forms an essential part of the input for quality teaching and learning. I want to assure the Honorable Member that the Ministry has adequate stationery in our stores awaiting distribution. Our service directorate is currently working on the logistics for a countrywide distribution. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, no more questions, please.
Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, is there textbooks available, the core textbooks?
Point of order. Point of order.
There is point of order from the member for...
The stationery is not part of textbook.
Don't do that. Member for... Member for Same.
Just...
Member for Same, don't do that. Take your seat. I don't like that. I said I don't like that. Sit down. Sit down, please take your seat. Member, there is a point of order and you are speaking to your mic. You are saying no. You know you are out of order. There is a point of order from the member for Lower
Yes,
South.
43-4. Orders 43-4, supplementary questions. A supplementary question shall not...
Honorable member, we are standing on.
Orders 43-4.
Please go ahead.
Supplementary questions. 4 says a supplementary question shall not be in order if its introduced matter not included in the original questions and answers provided. The original question doesn't mean there is no in the original question that says textbooks. These are stationaries. Yes. And again, he said it's available and they are ready for distribution.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable member for Latikunda. Honorable member for Latikunda, sir, you better be here. No. Honorable members, you better be here. Honorable member for Lower Salum, you are out of order. Please, Honorable Minister, provide an answer.
Make a point of order.
There is a point of order from the member for Opanyomi and Majority Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, 38J.
What?
Order 38J. A question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. Honorable Minister has provided full answer to his question. His question was whether there are plans for them to provide them with textbooks in the schools. And textbooks. And the Honorable Minister said that they have.
Honorable members, order, please. Yes, member for Opanyomi, proceed. Order. Member for Opanyomi, proceed.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, the Minister has provided full answer to the question. And the Honorable Minister said they are available and they are ready for distribution. So it's fully answered. And textbooks include stationery, my brother.
Honorable member, please sit now, don't make a statement. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. The member for Sami, can you repeat your question, sir?
Thank you very much, Chair, Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, my question is, the question is talking about stationery. My question is the core textbooks for lower grades, whether those ones are available.
Okay. Order. Honorable member for Sami, the exact words you use, please repeat them. No. Member for Birkama North and Minority Leader, please don't put words in his mouth.
Thank you very much.
We all heard him and answered. We know what he said. I want to know whether he's exactly, because we are in Ramadan, repeat what you said. You are fasting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the question. The question that I'm asking is that the stationaries that the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister mentioned, whether the core textbook are part of it or not.
Honorable members, the honorable member asked, stationery is part of the question. Sorry, textbooks are part of stationery. When is the honorable minister going to provide textbooks to the schools? That was what he asked. That was his question. Now that the point of order from the member and the question is, when are they going to provide those stationaries, including the provision of those textbooks he asked? Okay. Because his argument and his collaborators, including the Minority Leader member of Birkama North, during the point of order raised by the member for Lower Salem, was that stationaries include textbooks. Because the Lower Salem's point of order was textbooks is not stationary. And then I rule based on that point of order. Now that the member for Opanyomi raised the relevant standing order, you are out of order.
Speaker, you are also out of order because you...
Honorable member, Honorable member, if you do that next time, I'll send you out.
Speaker, this
Don't
question
use, don't use your mind.
this question is in.
Honorable member, not only you are using your mic, but also you are challenging the speaker's decision. You cannot do that. Parliamentary, you have the floor.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
There is a point of order from the member for Serekunda, by the member for Serekunda. Can we hear your point of order, sir?
Yeah, 43.1. Supplementary question may be put for the purpose of elucidating an oral answer. What the minister said that they have a stock of stationaries. And for this purpose of clarity, he wants to know what are...
Honorable member, take your seat. You are out of order. Member for Parliamentary, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, I'll congratulate you on two things. Congratulations for the new position, and then congratulations for being a woman in the cabinet as well. Congratulations. And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, could you kindly furnish this August Assembly with the items or the stationaries that we are to supply to the school, as alluded? Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order by the nominated member Kebalang Fofana. Can we hear the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 43.4.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have to listen to the speaker. So, and whatever I direct, that's what should happen. So now I've given the floor to the member, nominated member Kebalang Fofana. He has a point of order.
I'm rising on 43.4, Honorable Speaker, and I will read. A supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not in the original question and the answers provided. For the avoidance of doubt, whether a supplementary question is within remit shall be determined on answering by the Vice President, Minister, or member answering questions on behalf of the Assembly Authority. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the original question, it is asking about whether the ministry have provided adequate stationaries to schools. The honorable member is asking for a detailed list. That is substantive. Thank you. Hey, I am not talking to you. I am talking to
Honorable
the
members,
speaker.
you are not the speaker.
Okay, to the
You
speaker,
are not the
not
speaker.
you. My friend,
He is talking to me.
asking for a list. She is asking for a list when the member asks for the adequacy. So her question is substantive.
Order, honorable members, order.
Wait a minute.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Boy, can you order? Kian.
I told members, you cannot, if billahi, I'm going to send you out. I don't want that. No, members cannot use their mics and speak on it. I frowned at this yesterday. I don't like that. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, sorry about that. I was for the concern. You know, sometimes we also argue. Honorable nominated member, it was on 30. Nominated member Kebalang Fofana? 43-4. Honorable members, 43-4. Supplementary question. A supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. For the avoidance of doubt, whether a supplementary question is within remit shall be determined on answering by the Vice President, Minister, that question on behalf of the Assembly Authority.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members for Bakau, migrate back to your seat. Member for Lower Salem, please, I want an eye contact with you. Honorable members, nominated member Kebalang Fofana rose to a point of order on the 43-4 on supplementary questions. Things that are not included in the original answer. And when you further look at 43.1, supplementary questions may be put for the purpose of elucidating an oral answer. And over the past until now, we have always been, and is a rule that supplementary questions that are not in accordance with one are most of the time ruled out. Nominated member Kebalang Fofana, can you hear me? Nominated member Kebalang Fofana. So over the past, we've been ruling based on for the purpose of elucidating and for clarity. That when question is asked and answered and members go around for clarity, for the Vice President or Minister to explain more, to elucidate more on the answer provided. And members have always been, at times, using the opportunity to ask the Vice President or Minister to provide list, which of course, for convenience purpose, generally the Assembly and the Speaker have always allowing that to happen. Now, coming back to today, the question was provisions of stationaries to schools. And the minister stated that they have provided. And any supplementary questions has to do or go around and revolve around this. And we know substantive questions is questions that are seemingly to be very, very substantive, and they could be stand alone and they cannot be connected to the question asked and answers provided. If you want the minister to provide, if you ask a minister, provide me a list of all the items that you provided, it is more or less out of the borderline of elucidating to this substantive question that was asked. Because you are now asking the minister to go, prepare and answer your question and come back to Parliament. That is it. If order, honorable members, order please, because for instance, order, if the question is, Minister, you said you have provided stationaries to schools. Can you if the question was, order, honorable members, majority leader, order there. If the question was, honorable minister, the items that you provide, can you name few? Then the question would have been in order. Now that is minister provide us a list of all the items you have, the question is, should be best be, or it is deemed to be a substantive question. That's my ruling. Order, point of order. There is a point of order from the member for Central Badibu.
Order 43.4. Honorable Speaker, a supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. The answer provided by the Honorable Ministers, she confirmed to us that yes, they have stationaries and which they are planned to distribute to the school. Now, a Honorable Member of Parliamentary is asking, can we have a list? Now, it's the Minister who can provide it either now or later. Either now or later.
Honorable members, minority leader, you know your senior member, he knew very well he's out of order. Speaker's ruling, you cannot challenge. I've made a ruling on that already.
Honorable Speaker.
Who is that?
Point of order.
There's a point of order from member for Opanyomi.
Honorable Speaker, I think I have to remind the members about this particular order. That's order 36, 38. Order 38, admissibility of questions. 1. You're not interested in one. A point of order. 39.1, Honorable Speaker. 39.1. Speaker's duty as to questions. The Speaker, subject to Standing Order 38, shall be the sole judge of the admissibility of a question. So you have already ruled. Why the members are challenging? You cannot challenge the Speaker's ruling, Honorable Member. You can't do that.
Member for Opanyomi, order sustained. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order from nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 8.3 just to really strengthen what the Honorable member for Opanyomi said. 8.3 reads, 8.3.1. No, sorry, 8.1. In all cases, matters which, no, let me just go to 8.3, Honorable Speaker. It reads, the Speaker's ruling shall be final on all questions of procedure and order.
Order sustained. The member for Central Badabo, and he knew very well it was out of order. He's just delaying us. Member for Parliamentary, please. Member for Talinding Kunjang, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you did mention that the stationary supplies are in store and that you are mobilizing logistics to distribute it throughout the country. Now, my question is, we are in the middle of second term. These stationaries you have, are they meant for the first term, second term, third term of this academic year? Thank you.
Minister, please provide answer.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. Stationery generally is not, it's not that stationery such as pencils, exercise book, is not specific to a semester, a term. So these are general learning materials that can be supplied to the people at the time that they need them. And we have been working on the logistics, and we will distribute them soonest.
The member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
That's part plan.
Honorable Minister, among the stationeries you have in store to be distributed, do you have core textbooks for the lower grades amongst the textbooks?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker.
It's okay.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
All right.
I'm not wasting anybody's time. We are here to work. And if you're not in order,
there is point of order from member for Opanyomi. Opanyomi, yes.
Honorable Speaker, this is a similar question which the Honorable Member for Summit just asked. It's fully answered. It's not answered.
Honorable Member, take your seat. Honorable Member for Parliamentary, give me the standing order. For Sami, 21. No, you cannot use your mic. I told you that. I'm going to use 21 on Stame and Central Badibu. And Central Badibu, I'm going to use 21 on both of you. No, you are disrupting Parliament, Central Badibu. Please do that. Stop. Stop. Honorable Member for Same, please don't do that again. Yeah, I'm warning you, don't do that again. Don't use your mic without leave of the speaker or permissible interruption. If people are on point of order, you cannot use your mic and condemn them. That is unparliamentary and behavior not common of a member of parliament. You people talk about nursery school. That's behaviors of a nursery school. Point of order from Opanyomi. Opanyomi and stop. Majority comes, majority leader. Minority comes and minority leader. The minority is not around. Deputy minority leader. Talk to your members. Let them stop talking to each other, shouting on them. If members are on point of order or permissible interruption, let them stop that. Opanyomi, please. Opanyomi, take your seat. Please go ahead.
Arise on the point of order 38J, 38(1)J. A question fully answered shall not be asked again during the session. This was a question which the honorable member for Same asked, and the point of order was sustained. The same question honorable member for Kia West is asking. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, order. You know, when you look at the question, in fact, is talking about the lower grade. It would have been different if the question was general, from the lower to the higher grades, to middle and high school. Then the supplementary question would have asked if it includes the lower grade. But the question, even the substantive question itself, is on lower grade. And that has been answered. Yes, so that has been fully answered. Order sustained. Question number 168 of 2024 by the member for Ileasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some schools in my constituency continue to be in terrible condition due to the storm which caused a lot of damages. Could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly whether the ministry have any plans to rehabilitate the affected schools?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, it will be recalled that the Ministry gave an update on this August Assembly in the 2023 legislative year on the efforts to rehabilitate the affected schools up to the bidding process and awarded a contract. Unfortunately, before work could commence, there were budget cuts and the concerned budget lines were affected. The Ministry made a submission in 2024 budget so that we take up the award of the contracts, but unfortunately, no funds were allocated. A resubmission is being made in the upcoming budget, and we crave the support of the members for approval since it is a common concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Honor, for the supplementary question.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, when we are the project, we are proactive to these storm damaged roofs or storm damaged schools. We call it the rehabilitation of school damaged schools. But we do seek for donor support. PSCC, he can be a witness. Are you not now seeking donor support for this school rehabilitation as far as storm damages is concerned, or you want to now rely on the GLF local fund for this?
yes, partnership is essential, and that's what we have been doing. We have been partnering with other stakeholders whose mandate is within the basic and secondary education. However, we have not been able to really get the required resources to effectively intervene in this regard. UNICEF has also done a lot within the ministry, and I have been informed, it has come to my notice that they were involved in the rehabilitation processes and were able to rehabilitate 39 schools in this regard. Thank you.
Question number 169 of 2024 by the member for Jara West. Jara West is out. Question number 170 by the member for Talinding Punyang. Is he out? Question number 171.
I have a similar question ahead. I withdraw this one.
Okay, that's withdrawn. Question number 171 of 2024 by the member for Kiang West. Is he in?
Deputy Minister.
Honorable Speaker, the unavailability of science courses at senior secondary schools in Kia West, such as Nyorajataba, Keneba, Karantaba senior secondary schools, is forcing so many young people to migrate to the urban areas to pursue their desired fields. Could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly why is it taking a long time to have science courses in these schools, and explain the possibilities of conducting science courses in the above mentioned schools in the soonest possible time?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang West constituency. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate Honorable Member from Kiang West for this observation and concern. The offering of science, or in a broader sense, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is really a priority, and my ministry endeavor to have these subjects taught across the country. However, when senior secondary schools are newly opened, they normally start with subjects that require low or medium cost. Other subjects that require more investment, building and equipping labs, and also posting trained teachers are introduced gradually. I am therefore happy to inform the Honorable Member that the Kuwaiti Fund for Development is building more structures, and all the 3 schools concerned, Niora, Jataba, Keneba, and Karantaba, will have new classrooms and laboratories. Construction work is already on. Furthermore, the bidding documents for the supply of laboratory equipment have also been finalized. Thank you.
I have no further question.
Member for Lower Fuladu West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. This is a true testimony that your ministry is taking the priority of the people of Kiang in providing this for. So
Honorable Member, question, no statement.
Okay.
Honorable Member, September 2024 questions. Question number 287 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Mr. Chair, I have discussed this matter with the Honorable Minister. I'll withdraw this question for now. We will discuss it in private. Thank you.
Which chair?
The 287.
How do you say, Mr. Chair?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Withdraw.
Okay.
Question number 288 of 2024 by the Honorable Member of Banjul South.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly why the school for the physically challenged is only up to grade 6 and what plans are there to ensure inclusion for the children up to and beyond grade 6? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul South. Honorable Speaker, I assume the school being referred to here is Gambia Organization for the Visually Impaired, GOVI, Resource Center for the Blind. This school is a center that prepares children with visual impairment for inclusion into mainstream setting. As a policy, the ministry advocates for the inclusion of students with special education needs into mainstream schools. Honorable Speaker, Section 5.8.1 and 5.8.2 of the 2016 to 2030 National Education Policy states that in this regard, the adoption of complementary and mutually supportive approach that are based on the principles of inclusiveness, integration, and participation of children with special needs will be encouraged, and school-friendly environments will be promoted. In addition, Section 5.8.2 states that mild and moderate disabilities will continue to be mainstreamed, while the profound will be sent to special schools, which will be strengthened to cater for the needs of the students and staff. All blind students will, however, be mainstreamed. Honorable Speaker, during the 6 years in GOVI, students are prepared to read and write Braille and are later enrolled in mainstream schools in grade 7. In mainstream schools, they are then supported by polyvalent itinerant teachers on their daily school activities, including teaching and learning. Thank you.
No supplementary from the member?
No.
Thank you. No, this member for Banjul North, you have the floor.
Fully answered. Thank you.
Parliamentary.
My concern has been addressed. Thank you.
Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, from your response that you have the plans to reintegrate these physically challenged students or special needs students into the mainstream schools, do you have special need trained teachers from your training college to attend to these special needs students? Because they have different abilities with the other students.
Honorable member for Opanyomi. Sorry, Kiang West. Ignore him. Minister, please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It's I made it very clear in my response that we have trained polyvalent itinerant teachers who guide these students in the mainstream education. Thank you.
Question number 289 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Bakau. It's out. He was here. Question number 289 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Bakau, and he authorized the member for Serekunda West to read on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly how serious is the ministry consider proper remuneration and the promotion of teachers as required, and what are they doing to facilitate the establishment of Teacher Training Commission, as this is a requirement for any serious and successful profession?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I would like to remind the Honorable Member for Bakau that remuneration of civil servants, teachers inclusive, falls under the purview of the Personnel Management Office.
Order. Yes. Order. Honorable Minister, you are done, right? Question number 290 of 20.
Honorable Speaker, the other part of the question is not answered.
Honorable, don't use your mic. Please take a seat. Take your seat. Question number 290 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Talending Kunja.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the construction of Kalini Senior Secondary School is almost halted for some time now. Could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary School Education inform this August body the reason behind that, and when is the Ministry expecting the completion of the school as per the contract agreement? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind this August Assembly that land availability is a big constraint in the urban areas, particularly in the urban centers, particularly in Kanifing municipality, to which Talending is no exception. There was no option than to use the only available space within the school area, that is Talending Upper Basic Complex. This land is a swampy area which makes construction work challenging, especially construction methods needed for the quality of the construction and the safety of the students, hence the delay. Honorable Speaker, as we speak, the construction site is surrounded by water and access to the site is challenging. Therefore, work is at a standstill until water subsides after the rains. We are anticipating for the completion to be before the rainy season 2025. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, point of
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister,
there is a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, supplementary question 43. Supplementary question, when the Minister finishes, we wanted to ask supplementary question, you did not, and the first question was not fully answered.
Honorable, take your seat, sir. Okay, take your seat, sir. Honorable Member for Central Badibu, you know you are out of order. Because allow me to address you, please. Honorable Member for Central Badibu, you know you are out of order. How can you ask a supplementary question to a question that is referred to another ministry? Don't do that, please. And then that was it. And we are now on a question. No. Member for Talending Kunjan, please continue.
Sir, Honorable Minister, as part of your familiarization tours, have you visited the place since you took over?
Minister, go ahead. Yeah, if you don't listen, you will not hear him. No, the majority side, you people are just talking. Honorable Member, can you repeat for the Minister to hear your question?
From your answer.
Point of order.
There's a point of order from the member for Kiang West.
Yes, order 17F. When the member is speaking, all other members shall remain silent and shall not make unseemly interruptions. Honorable member for Opa Nyomi and Kantora are consistently
disrupting members when they are speaking. And Honorable Speaker, you heard them. Please put them to the order.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang, but you should have just stopped at your point of order. You cannot direct me what to do. That part you are out of order, but the other one you are in order. So in two parts of your point of order, the first part for them to stop interrupting, you are on order, and I sustain that. And honorable members, if I told them, I said the majority leader and the minority to inform their camps, like himself and Opanyomi, Central Badibu, Kiang West, Latikunda Sabiji, they are fond of that. Member for Serekunda, he has stopped, since a day before yesterday, he has been behaving, he has not been using the mic. Please, I agree with you, point of, you see, you rose to Thank you very much. So, the member for Latikunda Sabiji and Serekunda, they said they are not part of it, and let me leave sleeping dog lie, and I will leave sleeping dog to lie. And then Central Badibu, Opanyomi, Kantora, Kiang West, please take note. Member for Talini Kunyang, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you've mentioned about the construction sites being swampy, surrounded by water. And this work has been halted for more than a year now. I would want to ask, during your familiarization tour, have you been to the place?
I have been updated about Talinding Kunjang. I didn't visit it per se during the first round of school tours, but to tell you that work will commence in 2025. Thank you.
Now, I just want to put it on the record that your update is incorrect. I'm from the community. Even yesterday, I was there. And the construction work is not even at the ground level. It's at almost the first floor. So the water swampy area cannot obstruct it. And there is also another construction site that MRC Holland gave to another company, that is Dabo, that is constructing it. The same place. And this particular information is what the contractor gave me. So what is the ministry doing to pursue the contractor to ensure that he gave you factual information to execute? Because this is not the fault of the ministry, I must admit. But what is the ministry doing to engage the contractor to ensure that he delivers on time?
Thank you, Honorable Member. If you remember, I am responding to questions you raised in September 2024. So as at that time, nothing happened, and we promised that by 2025, work will commence, and I'm happy that you have noted that through your own personal visit. Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, for the first time you are appearing before us, I said I should be lenient. But where you mentioned, when we sign contracts have specifications. Just listen to you. Order. Honorable Member for Kantora, Majority Leader, you are out of order. Please don't do that. Member for Latikunda Sabiji, please continue. Yes, no, I said I will use 21 on members speaking to their mic without the leave of the speaker. Honorable Minister, this swampy area is part of the scope of the work. I don't know who is your construction monitor for Region 1 now, but he or she should inform you that construction here is not possible before you go further to sign the contract with the contractor, and eventually...
Point of order.
There is point of order from nominated member Kebalang Fofat.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 38C. 38C reads, I will start from 38.1. It says, every question shall conform to the following rules. If you go to 1C, it is saying a question shall not contain arguments, inferences, opinions, imputations, epithets, or tendencies, ironical or offensive expression or hypothetical matters. The honorable member is making an argument and expressing an opinion. He should go straight to his question. Thank you.
Order sustained. Honorable member, go straight to your question.
Honorable Minister, my question is, was it the failure on the side of the contractor to execute the contract, or the land was not available for the construction?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Just to inform you that this construction is being supported by the MRC Holland Foundation, which has instituted structures that handles their contracts. Thank you.
Honorable member for Fonye Councillor, you have the floor.
I withdraw.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, Ministerial Land Foundation have structures that monitors their projects, but these are structures that have been constructed on your facilities, your school as a minister. You understand? You are a stakeholder. So the project duration and the quality of the work, you have a stake in it. When is this project going to be completed?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think I have noted that, and I'll come back to you when I make proper consultation with the MRC Holland Foundation and my team. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Joshua, you have the floor. He's out. Question number 291 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunjang. Withdraw.
Withdrawing. A similar one ahead.
Withdraw. Question for December 2024. Question number 368 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly when will the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education undertake a holistic renovation of the National Library owing to the deplorable condition of some of its facilities?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to remind this August Assembly that the Gambian National Library Act of 1976 was repealed in 2009, which gave birth to the Gambian National Library Service Authority, giving it additional functions and responsibilities. This suggests that the library should have been autonomous since then and not necessarily under MOPSI, as the case is now. In this way, it will be dealing with Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs directly for their budgets. However, may I inform the Honorable Member for Serekunda West that the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education is aware and deeply concerned about the condition at the library. As such, efforts are underway for the construction of a new library complex. In this connection, in terms of reference for hiring a consultant for the development of an architectural design plan is being finalized. And as such, it is done. As soon as it is done, all the necessary procedure for hiring the consultant would be carried out. After the finalization and submission of the architectural design, bill of quantity, and all other consideration for the infrastructure, it would be submitted to government for funding. In the meantime, the ministry would continue to assist in whatever way through support from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I want to be clear here. I want the Minister to assist and clear my doubt because I'm confused. In your answer, you said it should have been under the Ministry of Finance. And now your ministry is now undertaking responsibilities. Which is which?
I didn't say it should be under the Ministry of Finance. I said through the support of the Ministry of Finance, with the repeal of the Act of 1976 to 1995, it gave the National Library a new name with additional functions and responsibility, which I said suggests that they have been autonomous and would require the support of the Ministry of Finance to run their own operations. Thank you.
No further questions.
Member for Central Badebo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, would it be prudent to properly look at that place, that site, whether it's in fact suitable for any infrastructure development because of the soil type?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member for the member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor. What? You don't ask a question. You are just seeking his opinion. No, you say whether he thinks. You are asking his opinion. No, you didn't ask that. Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I will take this floor to thank the mayor of KMC for constructing. Honorable Speakers, for me, I don't know of my mind.
Go ahead.
For building a world-class library, second to none in the West Africa. Honorable Minister.
Point of order. There is a point of order from nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
38-1. You know, sometimes if you want to do politics, there is no need to dribble. Parliament might be a political house, but not on deliberate orders. Don't worry. The speaker is the one to put me on my toe, not you. 38-1, Honorable Speaker, I read.
I'm in haste to speak.
I read. It says, 38-1A, a question shall not include the names of persons or statements not strictly necessary to render the question intelligible and which members cannot authenticate. Honorable Speaker, the honorable member called the name of the KMC mayor for political reasons rather than authenticating anything, because he does not have the ground here to make arguments whether that was done by the mayor or by other sponsors. Thank you.
Honorable nominated member Kebalang Fofana, order sustained. Honorable members, please refrain from the honorable member for Latikunda Sabiji. Go straight to ask your questions. You cannot lay any foundation here. We are not constructing any building here. Don't do that.
Okay. Honorable Minister, what is your ministry's plan to help these other libraries sponsored by local councils, especially the KMC?
Honorable member for Latikunda Sabiji, you know you are a million miles away in planet Pluto from being in order. You are out of order. Majority Leader, please stop. Member for Talinding Kunyang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've mentioned that by the National Service Act, the National Library Service Act, they need to be stand-alone where they will deal with finance, but ordinarily they are still under your ministry. Now, what is your ministry going to do to implement, to ensure that they stand alone as it's supposed to be in conformity with the law?
Thank you, Honorable Member. By the Act, it is clear that they are autonomous, and it is within our plans to present a cabinet paper for the Ministry of Justice to guide us in the process.
Honorable member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, as an autonomous institution, they are independent institutions that are in charge of their affairs. What is the role of your ministry? Does your ministry have any role to take charge in terms of the contracting, the bidding of the process that you've just highlighted in your response? Do you have any legal role to do that? Because this is an autonomous institution by the Act.
Honourable Member, thank you. Your point is noted. With regards to law, I will have to make consultations and come back to this point, to this question. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Parliamentary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, to make sure that you visit the premises and to remedy the situation. Thank you.
You have two questions.
Thank you.
One question, let me reframe it then. There is stagnant water at the back of the library. Will you go there to visit and to find out how to remedy the situation? What will be your position? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I have plans. In fact, I have held an initial meeting already with the head of the institution, and it is in my plans to pay a courtesy visit to the institution to have a first-hand information regarding the environment and every other thing around the environment. So your point is well noted. Thank you.
Question number 369 of 2024 by the member for Serekunda West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly if the National Library has regional branches across the country to serve our schools in the rural Gambia, and since it is a national library?
Thank you, Honourable Member. During my brief consultation with the head of the institution, I have been told that they provide services outside of the headquarters. But it is noted because I want to know exactly all the service stations so that we can work together to enhance the service delivery of the library generally. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. In the absence of that, would your ministry consider restoring the mobile library service to our schools?
Thank you, Honourable Member. In fact, mobile library services is an innovation, and it is part of the plans of the ministry going forward to explore the potentials of technology and innovation to provide ease in the services that we extend to our students. So we have taken note of the library services or library mobile services you are just bringing up. Thank you.
Speaker, no further question.
Member for Central Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, do your ministry has a plan to move from this book library to e-learning?
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member. It is at the center of our programs, like I said, going forward to be more digital and explore the potentials that technology has to enhance our delivery of our educational services across the board. Thank you.
Member for Lower Badibu, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Minister, is the existing libraries well equipped with necessary materials or tools? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Not enough is relative. It is taken note. Something can be enough to me and may not be enough to someone else. But I have taken note. We will ensure that we are able to deliver the most relevant services to our beneficiaries. Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, KMC as a region already has library built under by His Excellency Tali Omer Bensouda. Now, the question is, what services...
Honorable Speaker, are you allowing that slide or you want another point of order? If a member does not want to flout or wants to flout the rules, put him to order. What I just raised a point of order because he used someone's name.
And who gave it? You gave him the floor. You ran out of
Speaker, point of order.
Yeah.
There is point of order. Yes, I think it's high time. There is point of order from member for Kantora. Mike, use your mic. 38B, a question shall not contain statement. Don't give us statements. Go and ask exactly what you want. I will not have a statement. So, Honorable Speaker, a question shall not contain statements which a member who asked the question, is not prepared to answer that. So basically, his questions are more of statements than questions. Thank you.
Order sustained. Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is point of order from nominated member Kebalang Fofana. I have ruled that I said order sustained on that one.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on 38A. A question shall not include the name of persons or statements not strictly necessary to render the question intelligible and which the member cannot authenticate. The member said, His Excellency. If he is that mayor's boy, he can never authenticate to anybody here that mayor is president.
Don't call me boy.
No, wait. His Excellency is for
you foolish smoker.
We all know that
foolish
mayor
is smoker. It's better you speak to this useless man here. Are you foolish smoker?
No, wait.
I'm not done yet.
Okay, yeah.
I might smoke, but I don't drink.
I'm not still done. If you are not done, I'm not still done. Point of order.
Honorable Speaker, point of order. I'm rising on a point of... No, wait, there's a point of order. After that, you... Yes. Honorable members, I don't know what members want me to say again. Maybe we have to invoke the law. Maybe we have to invoke the law. Order, honorable members. Maybe we have to invoke the law. However, unpalatable certain statements or arguments, so long they are acceptable and they are in accordance with the law, we must allow it to go. Nominated member Kebalang Fofana was standing on a point of order, and that is in accordance with law. You should have allowed him to finish his point of order. In the process, if he's out of order, the speaker or any member can also draw the attention of members that he's out of order. I was also going to address him, but before that, then there was a point of order from the honorable member for Majority Leader, because he used the mic without permissible interruption, and which I also warned him earlier, and I cautioned that members must use the mic only on permissible instruction. And he was on a point of order, the member for Atikuna Saviji You did not allow him to do that. Earlier on, you used the same tactics, made the same statement, and you were out of order, and there was a ruling to that effect. The same day, the same maybe within 10 minutes or 5 minutes or so, that shows that you are doing things deliberately. You are not here to joke. We are here to execute our functions as members of the National Assembly. And whatever we are doing, we should do it with seriousness. I just want to remind you, you stated clearly that if you acquire higher education, it will come with wisdom. It will reflect your persona and your behavior in the chamber. And I want you to be an example of that. Can we hear your point of order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To start with, I would apologize for interrupting the work of Parliament without the relevant, authority. My apologies. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 38A. And it reads, Honorable Speaker, a question shall not include the names of persons or statements not strictly necessary to render the question intelligible and which the member cannot authenticate. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member named someone and called him His Excellency. We all know that guy is not even close to the presidency and he will never be. So he cannot authenticate that statement. So as such, he can be that guy's boy, but this Parliament...
You can be a foolish smoker. You can be a foolish smoker.
Point of order, please. Point of order. Honorable members, your point of order is... No statement. Don't... Honorable members, I'm going to rule on his point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I didn't finish my submission.
Please don't make statements.
I want to state why his question should be overruled.
Okay, please.
What I was trying to say is, he can be that guy's boy, but this Parliament will not be pushed to that corner. I'm calling him Mr. President. We are not the guy's boy.
Let me rule on that point of order. Yeah, let me rule on that point of order.
You will hear this name in this assembly.
Let me rule on that point of order. Honorable members. Honorable members, honorable member, please order. Honorable members, allow me to rule. Please ignore them. Honorable members, order sustained. And the same point of order was raised, and I said that I want the member for Latrikunda Sabi to refrain from that again. In fact, I am going to allow you to ask your question, but I was going to rule out your question and move to the next person because I saw that as a deliberate statement or behavior coming from your end, which is unparliamentary. There is a point of order from the member for Kantora.
Honorable Speaker, I think you have been too lenient. We have to, and these rules are here to guide us, and you must be ready to enforce them. We must be ready to enforce the rules on us. Honorable Speaker, you have been too lenient. I'm rising on point of order 21, subclause 2 and D. The Speaker or chairperson may, after having called the attention of the Assembly or a committee to grossly disorderly conduct of a member who uses unacceptable language, you can't stand at the podium of the House and call somebody, you are a stupid smoker. Withdraw it or you are sent out. We must enforce our books. We must enforce this law.
Should you call an MP a boy?
Orderly misconduct.
Nominated member, don't do that again. Nominated member, Kebalang, don't put off your mic.
Point of order.
There is a point of order. Let me rule and then I'll come to you. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. I'm coming to make my ruling. Member for Bakau, Central Badibu, Serekunda West, everybody please order. Honorable members, I'm going to make my ruling. I've made it very clear yesterday and today. Sometimes when you are lenient, members will provoke you to act in a manner that may not be pleasant, but because of the nature of the behaviors of members, you will be forced to do that. And I stated it yesterday. The Honorable Member for Kantora rose to a point of order on 21, which has clearly stated that I was going to use it yesterday, and we had an orderly session yesterday towards the end, and I want us to continue on that. What he stated, in part, he's right, but also it is not for him to instruct or direct speaker what to do. Rise to a point of order, make your point and stop there, and allow the speaker to look at it and deliver his ruling based on the law and based on his beliefs. In part, we've also, when you look at Order 29, content of speech, abusive language, I've concluded that the words they were trading are unparliamentary, and members must desist from that. If you are on permissible interruption, go straight to the point. And if the nominated member or any member is on permissible interruption, you, the member speaking, take your seat. And you have to be quiet and allow him to make his statements. If it's out of order, draw the attention of the assembly that that person is out of order. And then allow the speaker to make ruling. I'm going to let this go, but will not accept such repetition. People are fasting, today's rhetorical, even if you are not fasting. We must exercise our functions as members of the National Assembly expected of us. You cannot behave like such. And then you must be tolerant. You must be tolerant. Order, honorable members, don't speak. Order, please. Order. I don't want you people to murmur there. Member for Lower Solomon orders. Order. Okay, order. Order, honorable members. Banjul South, Upper Salum, Lower Salum, sorry, not Upper Salum, Lower Salum. not Upper Salum. Banjul South, Lower Salum, be quiet there. I want members to be tolerant. You better take this. You better. Parliamentary, that's not your business. That's not your business.
Motion.
There is a point of order from a member for Woodley East.
Motion.
But, Speaker, you are making ruling.
Honorable member for Lower Salum. Honorable member's order. Honorable member for Woodley East, please give me 1 second.
Thank you very much.
Give me 1 second. Please take your seat. Please give me. Honorable member for Lower Salum, I am calling your name for the last time. And every member, any member that uses the mic henceforth without permissible instruction, I will use 21 on you. Any member of parliament who used his or her mic without permissible interruption, I will use 21 on you. Henceforth. If you want to, you know what to do. Use your standing orders. Members who read their standing orders. And my rulings is that, as I said, I'm going to let this go, but the member for Kebalang Fofana is in order, and I have ruled that member for Kantora is in order. I've ruled that already. You cannot use it because you are not listening. And members must use their standing orders. If you don't know the law, I'll use the law against you. There is a point of order from the member for Woodley East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order 29.4. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of the Assembly. It is okay for the nominated member to come up with a point of order, but he continually referred to the member for Latrikunda as a boy. That is an insult, it's an offense, and it's unparliamentary. I think that should be withdrawn for the quorum to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Woodley East. Order sustained, and I ruled on it before your standing order. I said the languages they were exchanged are unparliamentary and unacceptable, and we will not allow that to happen. They must allow Parliament to proceed. If you want to fight after proceeding, you can meet at the forest. Yes, please. I am going to allow you, I'm going to allow the member, Latikunda Sabiji, listen to what I'm saying. Latikunda Sabiji, listen to me. I am going to allow you to make your question. You've done that deliberately twice. If you do that again, you know what it means. Ask your supplementary question.
Motion. I withdraw my question.
Sorry. Thank you for withdrawing. There's a motion from the member for Fonyi Councillor.
Honorable Speaker, 53K, a motion agreed by the Speaker to be a matter of urgency. Honorable Speaker, yes. I go ahead. As per the look, the status quo is not in line. Argument upon argument for hours. I am suggesting we cancel the parliamentary procedures for now, then till next session. Thank you. We suspend. We adjourn till next order. We adjourn our session till Friday, as per the status quo, so that it will be a learning curve for honorable members for us to seek business and on time. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, you are out of order. There is no motion that I agree to. You are out of order. I have not agreed to any motion as a matter of urgency. Member for Woodley East, you have your supplementary question. No.
Order. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Speaker, it is one thing to build libraries, use mobile libraries and all this, but the situation in the country now is that the reading culture is very low. Could your ministry undertake a program to popularize the culture of reading, especially in the rural areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It is equally a concern at the level of the ministry, and that is why we have a program in 2025, which is enhancing foundational education, and literacy is an aspect of this program to enhance the reading abilities of the young people. Thank you.
Question number 370 of 2024 by the member for Serekunda West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly what is the readiness of the Ministry in meeting the national needs of the library in terms of staff complement, infrastructure, and mobility?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Honorable Member for Serekunda West that the Ministry is equally aware of the staff complement, infrastructure, and mobility needs of the library to promote, establish, equip, maintain, and develop libraries in the Gambia and for connected matters. However, the institution is faced with a series of challenges largely bordered on finance. This is against the background that following the enactment of the NLSA Act 2009, the institution only became an authority on paper, but the new status did not address the financial autonomy of the library, thus leading to the challenges of attracting highly qualified and competent staff. Low staff morale, high staff attrition, as well as infrastructural and mobility issues. This is also compounded by the budget ceiling offered to MOPSI by treating the library under MOPSI instead of an independent budget authority. Therefore, the institution is grossly underfunded, and since libraries are social institutions that do not generate income, the library should be accorded its financial autonomy to holistically execute its national mandate. As an authority under MOPSI, efforts would be made by the ministry to engage the Ministry of Finance to decouple and place the library as a special subvented institution with its own pride of place in the national budget instead of subsuming its budget under the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education in the national budget. Thus, Honorable Speaker, the member of this august body, I want to call on this assembly to assist the ministry through the Ministry of Finance in enhancing the financial autonomy of the National Library and GNLSA in the national budget as a standalone budget authority. In this regard, this would be the sure way to improve and enhance the operations of the library by addressing these perennial infrastructural needs, provision of regional libraries, attracting highly qualified staff, and the provision of mobility, including a mobile library services as per the aspiration of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education Policy 2016-2030, and by extension, the Recovery-Focused National Development Plan, IRUA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. In the short-term solution, would your ministry be willing to work with the Ministry of Finance and create a budget line for the library as a short-term measure?
Already in 2025, the budget that was extended to support the National Library received some cuts, which will effectively impede its operation, but it is within our mandate, and of course it is in our interest to continue engaging the Ministry of Finance to enhance the budget allocation for the library to ensure its effective operations. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, no further question.
Question number 371 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would also join my honorable colleagues to thank you for your new position. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Basic and Secondary, Honorable Speaker, considering the fact that science and technology are very key in the 21st century, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly what is the Ministry's plans to equip the Japanese Senior Secondary School with an IT and a science lab? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Honorable Member for Jara West that Jara Central, that Japine Upper Basic and Senior Secondary is one of the 2 schools in the region that were provided with computers and internet connectivity by the SOS Children's Village, the Gambia. In addition to that, MRC Holland Foundation has also provided the school with additional computers after constructing the new site where the school is currently residing at its new site. Thus, the school is well equipped with an IT lab and an internet connectivity. With regards to science laboratories, the JARA UK Association, which is equipping science laboratories for schools in the region to complement government's effort, has promised to build and equip a science lab for the school, as they have done for Bureng and Soma Senior Secondary, respectively. Honorable Speaker, in that regard, I am pleased to inform the Honorable Member that of recent, the Village Development Committee of Japine have cleared the identified site and resources and are being mobilized by the said association for the work to start. My ministry will also provide some equipment and other learning materials when funds are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. There is no further supplementary question.
Banjul South, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister did mention that these schools are well equipped with with IT equipment, which I really applaud them for. This question was asked in December 2024, and it's only 3 months. Can the minister tell us when these were equipped so that we will know? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At this juncture, I don't have the information to provide, but it is noted and will be provided subsequently. Thank you.
Question number 372 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this question is morally the same but with my previous question, so I humbly withdraw.
Thank you. Question number 373 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Like I said, I withdraw because I will discuss it with the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Banjul South. Question number 374 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Bakau.
What's your advice?
Question number 375 of 2024 by the...
I want to withdraw my question.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bakau also have withdrawn his question, that is 374. Question number 375 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Serekunda. He's out. Out. He's out. Question number 375 is out. March 2025 questions. Question number 036 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Wuli East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Sarageda village is distant from both Murekunda and Bantundi lower basic schools, making it extremely difficult for the kids to access school. Would the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education initiate a school for the kids of this village as soon as possible, as education is a right for them as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to remind this August Assembly that as a country, our education policy is saying that no child should travel more than 2 kilometers to access a lower basic school, thus qualifying this community to have a school. However, considering that the children population of the school going age in these areas are as follows: Sarajeda, 30 boys and 20 girls. Sarekale, 4 boys and 4 girls. With these figures, it could be a challenge to have a viable school, except to consider opening a multi-grade school to accommodate the 5 girls and 1 boy currently attending Morikunda Basic Cycle School from this community. Therefore, to have a multi-grade school is the only way to avail these children's access to education challenge within the said community. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, creating a multi-grade school, I was thinking that the village, as distant as it is, if you at least initiate grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 for the school, because they are in the forest, they are very far from both schools. So if you create a multi-grade, would that still solve the problem of the children in the school?
You know, Honorable Member, you know he has answered that question. Honorable Member, use your mic.
Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is that the minister is mentioning multi-grade school. In the same schools that I'm saying the village is very far from. So why don't the ministry initiate a grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, at least for that village? When they grow up, then they can move to the other schools.
That's what I'm saying. I said she has answered that question. She has answered that question. You asked about initiating a school there. Other honorable members initiating building a school there and also building grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. Is that not a school? Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, having to observe the feasibilities of ensuring these kids attend learning, an option for you was multi-grade, which I know is very well possible because I taught multi-grade classes for grade 5, 6. So what are you waiting to do that as soon as possible so that they can get their necessary lessons?
It's already already considered, and then we will of course proceed with it and give you update next time. Thank you.
Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, this multi-grade teaching, teachers put on training on those areas.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, teachers, I have been the briefs that teachers were used to be put on that training. At the current material time, I cannot confirm, but just to tell you that historically, any multi-graded teacher undergoes training to ensure that they are able to deliver the educational services appropriately. Thank you.
Question number 037 of 2025 by the member for Latikunda Asabi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, given that the Gambia College is the sole teacher training college in the country, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary School Education inform this August Assembly what is the rationale requiring PTC graduates from this institution to sit for further employment examination? What justifies this additional layer of assessment? And what evidence is there to suggest that the Gambia College's own rigorous training and assessment process are insufficient to determine the graduate competency for teacher positions?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I would like to remind this August Assembly that findings stemmed from the rigorous monitoring process of teaching and learning in the classrooms revealed that over the years, about 48% of teachers at the LBS or lower basic education level struggle to deliver relevant content to pupils in numeracy and literacy. Lessons delivery was also found to be impeded on by weak oral fluency demonstrated by the teachers. The same challenge has also evident in the teaching of essay and letter writing, marked by wrong spellings, poor punctuations, incorrect structural layout, thus prompting the need to address such a systematic issue, taking a national approach at a decisive entry point, which was found to be best at exist from Gambia College and the entry into the teaching services. Recognizing that the quality of an education system is directly linked to the competence of its teachers, the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education conducts an annual competency assessment for students completing the diploma certificate program at the Gambia College. This assessment ensures that the graduating teachers possess the minimum and requisite knowledge and skill to effectively teach at the lower basic level. Given the critical role of teachers in shaping the future of our country, it is imperative that they meet a defined standard of competency before entering the classroom. The introduction of this assessment was both timely and necessary, reinforcing the efforts of the Gambia College to uphold teaching standards. This additional layer of evaluation strengthens teacher preparation in the following key areas. 1, ensuring quality teacher for quality education. A robust education system is built on the foundation of competent teachers. The competency assessment serves as a quality control, ensuring that newly graduating teachers have mastered the fundamental literacy and numeracy skills required to teach grades 1 through 7. Without this assessment, there is a significant risk of admitting unqualified teachers into the educational system, which could compromise instructional quality and student learning outcomes. By maintaining high teacher standards, we safeguard the future of our education system and nation. Number 2, addressing content knowledge deficiencies. Consistently low pass rates with a maximum of only 43% of candidates achieving the minimum competency benchmark of 40% raise concerns about the preparedness of prospective teachers. Since the assessment covers basic literacy and numeracy drawn from a curriculum they are expected to teach, the inability of a significant number of candidates to pass highlights deficiencies in content knowledge. This assessment functions as an early detection mechanism, pinpointing areas where further training and support are necessary to enhance our teacher readiness. Number 3, aligning with global best practice in teacher certification. Competency-based assessment for teachers are widely adopted globally as a standard for ensuring teaching quality. Many countries implement similar assessments to verify that teachers meet minimum professional standards before assuming instructional responsibilities. The Gambia should align with these international best practices to enhance the quality of its teaching workforce. By implementing such measures, we reinforce our commitment to educational excellence and ensure that our teacher meet international recognized competency standards. The fourth point, bridging the gap between pre-service training and classroom readiness. The transition from pre-service teacher education to classroom teaching requires a demonstration of both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. The competency assessment provides an objective evaluation of whether graduating teachers are adequately prepared for the realities of the classroom. Additionally, it helps identify areas where newly trained teachers require further support, ensuring that professional development initiatives are effectively engaged. The last and final point is to strengthen the teaching workforce. By ensuring that only competent teachers enter the profession, the assessment contributes to the long-term improvement of education quality. Teachers who meet the competency benchmark are more likely to deliver effective instruction, leading to improved student performance. Furthermore, establishing a national standard for teacher competency fosters professional accountability and a culture of continuous learning among educators. Honorable Speaker, the competency assessment for graduating teachers is a critical tool for maintaining high educational standards in the Gambia. It guarantees that teachers possess the necessary knowledge and skills aligned with global best practice and enhances the effectiveness of our education system. While the low pass rates highlight areas for improvement in teacher training programs, they also underscore the importance of maintaining this assessment as a safeguard for educational quality. To uphold this standard, we must continue refining the assessment process and strengthen teacher training programs, invest in the quality of our educators, which is an investment in the future of our country. By sustaining, enhancing this initiative, we can ensure that every classroom is led by a competent and well-prepared teacher, ultimately contributing to the broader goal of national educational excellence. Honorable Speaker, given the opportunity, the Performance Management and Evaluation Directorate of the Ministry would be happy to share more details on the processes and details of the assessment with the National Assembly for more insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, in 2002, when we were entering the college, the requirement was 5 credits, including English language and mathematics. Now, all what you have said, is still the Gambia College that sets the entry requirement for these teachers. How are you working with the Gambia College School of Education to raise the entry requirement so that by the time they finish their 2 years, 3 years program at the Gambia College, there is already a quality product? But the entry requirement is so low that anybody can go to the college, and that will definitely impact students in the classrooms. Well, how are you working with the college to make sure that the entry requirement is raised?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think entry requirements are available in every system that has the mandate to train. But when it comes to being admitted into a workforce, institutions have different criteria and standards for such admission. So the entry assessment is one of the ways to assess and ensure that the best fit gains an entrance into the sector. But your point is noted. Bagamba College is a partner, and we will continue to collaborate with them to ensure that we enhance quality. Thank you.
Member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, the assessment of teacher competence on a continuous basis is very important to maintain the competence. But I believe that if teachers are already in the teaching field, to continuously provide in-service course for them. So what efforts is the ministry doing to continually give in-service course to teachers to ensure that their competence level is high? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I agree with you that continuous refresher training program for teacher is essential, and we are doing that. Maybe not at a very, very big scale because of limited resources, but it is part of the plans of the ministry, which is ongoing. It may not be at a very, very big scale, but it is ongoing. Thank you.
Kiang West, member, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, primary school graduates from the Gambia College are never specialized students to either specialize on specific subjects. They do it cross-cutting as the subjects are at the primary level. And as such, some of them teach subjects where they are not very good in. Teaching English and they are not very good in English. Some teach mathematics because they teach subjects cross-cutting. Do we have plans to make sure primary school teachers also specialize on specific subjects? Like if you teach English, you learn English. If you teach mathematics, you learn mathematics, so that when you can be more efficient in terms of delivery, as it is done in that of basic education, basic schools, and that of senior secondary schools.
Yes, at the lower level, the expectation as far as our environment is concerned, and based on our ability to run the educational services effectively and efficiently, it is expected that any teacher at the lower level, the way they are trained at the Gambia College, they should be able to deliver on all the subject areas effectively and efficiently. But I agree with you that specialization comes with its own advantage, and as a country, as we grow and mature, it may be a way to consider. Because if you want to strictly go by specialization, it means in every primary school and in every course, you must have one teacher to specialize in that, in the provision of that services. But it is noted. Thank you.
Member for Lower Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question is similar to that of Willie East, and the response from the Minister is quite satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you. Upper Salum, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I remember some time ago there was a motion that was moved in here for the transition of Gambia College into university education. So with that transition, once completed, would they still need to be assessed? Because now this will be a full-fledged university of education. So would the assessment still be done? Because now this is a full-fledged university as opposed to what we have in a few months ago.
Okay. I mean, I think that process is already on. I think the intent of the assessment is to ensure that the new teachers are prepared enough to deliver the educational services. So if even at that moment, if it is still absolutely necessary to continue the assessment to ensure that the most fitted teachers get into the basic and secondary education, we will continue with the assessment. Thank you.
Question number 038 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, could you tell us, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary School Education inform this August Assembly why the college has a nursery and primary school within its premises?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Honorable Member for Talinding constituency that the nursery and primary school, Latrikunda, Latrikunda Sabiji, that the nursery and primary school at the Gambia College is established to serve as a model school for the teacher trainee to practice their teaching skills. The school also provides the college staff the opportunity to educate their own children in the school, so as not to worry about getting places for them outside, with all its associated problems, particularly the female staff. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, this is not a good model. Now, this.
Honorable, do you have a supplementary question or not? Ask your supplementary question.
Honorable Minister, these students pay fees, both the nursery and the primary school. Where are they paying this fees to? Are they paying to the Gambia College management, or there's a separate management for these two establishments?
Thank you, Honorable Member. With regards to tuition fee payment, I am yet to establish whether it is a public or a private school. So your point is noted. If it is a public school, there is no need for a school fee to be paid. But if it is a private school, of course, that's necessary, and it doesn't come to the ministry. But I will come back on this. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, having known the relevance and the importance of having these two schools within college, that inform us that you are aware that these schools are very well available. So can you tell us the management of these schools, please?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Given the fact that I'm very new in the ministry, it has been overwhelming, and I spent 16 days of my valuable time touring schools across the country, and fortunate for me, I was able to tour 60 schools. Just to say, it's a lot within this short time to know everything around the schools, but I have taken note of your points, and I'll come back to answer them. Thank you.
Question number 039 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary School Education, can you inform this Assembly who is managing the student hostel at the Gambia College Extension in Basse?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable, Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Honorable Member that the management of facility within the Gambia College premises in Basse is better directed to my colleague, Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, under whose purview is the Gambia College. Thank you.
Question number 040 of 2025 by the Member for Olundo. He authorized the Member for Kantora and Majority Leader to read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education update this August Assembly on the current situation of the Sinchu Sori land ownership that has earlier on shut down the school for a few days by the Sheriff Department, or Division rather?
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Honorable Member that the issue of Sinchu Sori Lower Basic School land dispute is currently a matter before the High Court, However, the Ministry of Justice obtained an order for the High Court restoring the school until further determination of ownership. Thus, I am pleased to inform the honorable member that the school is in full operation at this material time until the High Court makes a determination.
Question number 041 of 2025 by the honorable member for Central Badu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly if the Ministry has a strategy to construct more teacher staff quarters in Central Badibu constituency?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Honorable Member for Central Badibu constituency that at this August Assembly is aware there is no budget allocation for the construction of teacher quarters. Nonetheless, the Ministry is working with our development partners to continue improving accommodation for teachers across the country. As such, more than 2,000 rooms have already been provided and more are under construction. Central Badibu is and will not be an exception, as it has so far benefited from 35 teacher rooms in 5 schools. The Ministry will continue to engage with partners as the plight of teachers is of our utmost concern to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, will you be so generous to provide me those 5 schools, maybe at your own convenient time?
Thank you, Honorable Member. That request is granted. Thank you.
Question number 0.
Second, this is the second one. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Minister, wouldn't you also consider to bring these classroom issues in the next budget, next financial year budget? Will you be considering to put it in the budget so that we can have schools that are hard to reach to have this?
Yes, I must say, I must say it gladdens my heart, and I am very happy to hear that come from the Assembly to support or subsequently, if we should present such cases here, we are more than obliged to do so subsequently. Thank you.
Question number 042 of 2020. Question number 042 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai. Fonyi Bintang Karanai is out. Question number 043 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Talending Kunjang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the construction of Talending Senior Secondary School, a 3-story classroom block, has been halted. No, wait, see my question. Block has been halted for almost a year now. The slow pace of the work has posed serious challenges on the newly opened senior secondary school, which enrolled grade 10 and 11 and are using the classroom space of the upper basic school. Could the Honorable Minister of Basic and Secondary School Education inform this august body if her ministry is keenly following this development to ensure that we do not have admission crisis next September?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Members. Honorable Member.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would like to.
This one, okay. This one is admission. could the minister ensure that they don't miss admission for next semester? Honorable Minister, answer admission for next semester. Next September.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Honorable Member that we are keenly following the situation at Talinding. I have been reliably informed by MRT Holland Foundation that preparations are in place to continue construction that was at the delayed site. Next to the current 24 classrooms under construction is the construction of an additional 18 classrooms in the LBS, which when completed will also help to mitigate pressure on classroom space generally. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the LBS, the construction of the LBS is lower basic. They are not even in the same perimeter. I'm not sure how you are referring to that to alleviate the space issue in the senior secondary school.
I mean, if they are close to each other, space issue in the, if the LBS is using the current 24 classrooms, additional 18 the classroom can be used by the SSS, that's the senior secondary.
According to the contractor, I've been there, that LBS you want to rely on. According to the contractor, the work will finish in 9 months. And from here to September is beyond 9 months. It's not up to, 9 months goes beyond September. So that is my worry, because the contractor, Dabo, I have visited the place, this construction you are referring to, is going to be delivered in 9 months' time. So still, that will not alleviate the crisis I'm trying to drive at.
Honorable, your point is noted. We will look at this further to ensure that we alleviate any challenges that the students are going to face. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, we have 6 months to September, 6 to 7 months. And what will be the ministry's position to ensure that there is no admission crisis because of classrooms come next September?
Honorable, I have said that we have taken note, and when I say we have taken note, you have taken note seriously, and we will work with all partners to ensure that no crisis exists. Yes.
Question number 044 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja.
Honorable Speaker, the squeezing of students of the Talinding Upper Basic School to create space temporarily for the senior secondary school has brought about serious furniture shortages in both schools. Could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary School Education inform this August Assembly what has been done to address these challenges?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the Honorable Member that we are working with partners to make available furniture for such schools. At the moment, furniture is available, but the ministry does not have the required budget for logistics to transport the furniture to all the schools based on the existing demand across the country. In the case of Talinding, we can only supply furniture on the current available space. We are grateful for those school management committee and community representatives, including the National Assembly members who have assisted in transporting furniture at their own cost to the schools in these respective areas. Thank you.
Yes, I have also gone to the school and I have assessed, and will also be willing to foot the bill for the transportation of the furniture to Talinding. Will you avail me that opportunity if I come to the ministry?
You are most welcome, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Member for Latkunda Sabaji, you have the floor. Member for Fonye Councillor.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Minister, can you avail us, maybe after here, even at the Assembly, to avail that names of schools in which some of those chairs could be transported, whether our 4-year is included? If so, can you give us so that we can also put the bill of transporting?
Member for Kiang
yes.
West, you have the floor.
We are obliged.
Member for Kiang West.
It will be.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Chair, I've asked a question. And she's
Are you
answered.
oh, okay, yes. Let me rule that it is out of order.
What do you say that? No, you don't rule it.
Member for Member for
Chair.
Kiang West, you have the floor.
I think.
Honorable Minister, you've talked about working with partners in providing and these chairs. And what is the ministry's commitment from our government budget, from our national budget, to the provision of chairs to the schools, to the very school in question?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Of course, the government, from our budgets, we do year in, year out, provide budget lines for development, including the procurement of furniture. Over time, our budget lines have been cut, thus rendering us sometimes incapacitating us to really get into those procurement processes. And thus, we continue to engage stakeholders who we feel or think can complement our efforts, and we are happy to report that we have been able to succeed in getting people complement us in providing the furniture that schools need. Thank you.
Member for Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, it used to be a norm per se, the contractor who is given the contract to manufacture or provide furniture to do the transportation. Why is it not happening now? The contractor who always manufacture the furniture always do the transportation. Why is it not happening now? That used to be. Why is it not happening now?
I'm not aware of that happening before. I don't have information regarding that. If it happens that it is part of the contract, of course, so will it be. If it is not part of the contract, then it will be the responsibility of either the partner or the ministry to provide the logistics to transport. Thank you.
Question number 045 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Talinding.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, we have high hopes on you. These are backlog issues, and we hope you will address it. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary School Education update this August Assembly on the disbursement of the Social School Improvement Grant, SIG, to Talinding Senior Secondary School and the Upper Basic School, their areas and challenges there too?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the Honorable Member that SIG for Talinding Upper Basic and Senior Secondary is paid for both first and second term. It is important to note that the SIG for both schools were paid based on projected enrollments of 2,056 students for the Upper Basic and 226 students for the Senior Secondary School. This is because the actual enrollment is usually obtained from the school census, which is published every year. Therefore, for the third term SIG, the difference in enrollment will be established and the areas paid accordingly. Thank you.
I want to be clear. When you mean first and second term, and the third term, is it the previous academic year or this academic year we are in?
This academic year. At the moment, no.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, Honorable Member for Talindi made series of issues, problematic issues here, and the school improvement grant is meant for that. Are you guys also monitoring how schools are managing their school improvement grant? Because as simple as transporting furniture to your school should be done by the school improvement grant. So whether the Talindin school is also utilizing their school improvement grant into small issues like this in their administration.
Yes, the SIG is not able to fund the logistics to transport furniture to the schools. So that is why either the ministry does it or gets support from a partner to do it. Thank you.
Member for Central Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, can you inform the August gathering whether SIG comes to teachers?
Okay. The SIG, we account for every student, although the amounts have been established some years ago, which require review, which I also agree. It's $100 per student within the upper regions and $150 per student within the lower regions. So if the student population in a school is large, it means they receive more SIG and can handle much more work within or use it to facilitate the operations of the school much more effectively. If it's a small school, it's challenging. It's a small school, it's challenging. But the SIG payments are now regular. We used to have challenges of arrears due to delay in disbursement, but those matters have been taken up, and hopefully going forward we will have a timely disbursement of SIG to help the schools in their operations. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, disbursement and budgeting and disbursement of SIGs has been an issue a while ago. And is the ministry also following the implementation of these SIGs to ensure that monies are spent on issues that have been budgeted for? So that, schools spend these SIGs on issues that are really needed by learning. Because some of the SIG schools complain so much, and it is a taboo in some schools to even say SIG. If you say that you are having a problem with school heads.
Okay, so the SIG is handled in consultation with the regional offices. So meaning the regional offices clear and give approvals on requisitions that are directed towards digging into the SIG. So that is a way to ensure that the school heads follow appropriate processes in the requisition as well as in the disbursement of the SIG. The SMCs, we call them the school management committees, are also stakeholders of this, just to ensure that the requisitions and the disbursements go in line with the regulations. Thank you.
Member for Parliamentary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, with regards to the SIG, more especially on the amounts given per student, based on the number of students that will be at a particular school. As you alluded, upper region is $100 per student, and lower region will be $150 per student. Is your ministry, or would your ministry consider adjusting this amount of money per student? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, of course, it is part of our plans to advance justifications as to why these amounts should be augmented given the lapses in time and the effect of inflation and several other incidences. Yes, it is part of our plans. Thank you.
Member for Fonya Councillor, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Minister, SIG, as we do visit in our tours, we do hear a lot of complaints. both the headmasters and also the committees surrounding the issue of where the SIG is been taken from until it reach at the school itself in terms of the function of SIG. As a ministry, have you ever got any report, any audit report concerning SIG? If any, is it positive or negative?
Order. There's point of order from member for opinion.
Honorable Speaker, order 41.4. A supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers not provided. Honorable Speaker, the honorable member, the audit report is asking, it's not included in the original question, neither the answer of the honorable minister. So it's a new element. Let him do a substantive question on that. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Fonye Councillor, can you please repeat your question?
Yes, as a committee, we do go on monitoring or on oversight. We do hear a lot of stories in regarding to SIG. From the source where it is to the school. As a ministry, have you ever had any audit report concerning the issue of SIG in its way of disbursement or challenges that they normally face?
Honorable members, because the parent question was about the SIG in Talinding, areas and challenges, and then I think she stated that there are no areas, which was confirmed by the member for Talinding, and the SIGs and her answer all around, revolve around Talinding. And then now he's asking the audit report of SIG nationwide. I'm not sure if what he meant by the audit report for Talinding or throughout. So, member for Fonye Councillor, was your question for Talinding or?
No, actually, we are in Ramadan. What I'm just saying is I am generalizing. Yes, I'm generalizing. You know, I'm a Muslim. I'm generalizing. Yes.
Thank you. That is out of order. Question number 046 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education update this August Assembly why, until now, the proposed lower basic school in Sarasedi, Jara West constituency has not started? The last time in 2024, I received a reply from the ministry that the Regional Education Directorate 4, in its annual school mapping exercise, has identified Sarasedi to start a lower basic school for these communities for the 2024-2025 academic year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the Honorable Member that my ministry is still committed to starting the school at Sarasedi as was planned. However, we are challenged with teachers due to the moratorium on teacher appointment. Immediately the moratorium is lifted, the school will start. I am pleased to inform this August body that the community has already identified the site and MRT Holland is engaged for the construction of the classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And thanks for that response. The community was assigned to look for a place and then they fence it for the school to start. Why is you still have the moratorium on teachers? Why? Until now? Why is not lifted?
Honorable Member, thank you. We are still engaging the Honorable Minister of Public Service and PMO in addressing issues around the moratorium. Thank you.
What I want to know here, why did they come with the moratorium? You as Basic Secondary Education Ministry, have you inquired from the Minister of Public Service why the moratorium on teachers?
Okay.
Minister, please go ahead and provide answer.
Yes, thank you. Remember, at the beginning of the year, approved quotas are extended to the ministry with respect to teachers. And the expansion of this particular school came at a time when we had already subscribed to the number, and therefore we could not bring in additional teachers. So the moratorium is as a result of oversubscription of the allocations that were extended to the ministry, but the engagements are still on. Hopefully very soon we will come to terms. Thank you.
Member for Parliamentary, you have the floor.
No, I withdraw. Thank you.
Or withdrawn? Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, rural life really matters. And having a moratorium on teachers, I think it really has negative impact on our children. When exactly is this moratorium going to be lifted on teachers? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
There is point of order from the member for Opanyomi.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, 38J, 1J, a question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. The Honorable Minister has fully answered this particular question. They are still continuing engaging the Ministry of Public Services to make sure that the moratorium is lifted.
Honorable member for Opanyomi, who asked that question? Which member?
Asked by the honorable member for Jara West.
Honorable member for Panyomi, that question was never asked. You are out of order. Minister, please provide an answer.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Minister, please provide an answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, like I said, the discussions are high up in the agenda. In fact, this week or early, next week after the feast, we have another consultation with the Minister of Public Service, because it's absolutely important to the ministry also to ensure that that ban is lifted to allow more teachers into the services. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Minister for Basic and Secondary Education has been on her feet for about 3 hours. We want to thank her sincerely for those answers provided. Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, I think today it was a good time. Your first day in Parliament, and you had such an experience. So thank you very much for that. The Minister. Yeah, let me finish, sir. Let me finish. 1 minute. Thank you, Minister. There's a motion by the member for Serekunda West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I'm rising on 53K.
Honorable members, please.
I'm rising on 53K, Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the motion is to call ministers who promised this Honorable Assembly the supply of very important documents of very essential information and always fail to do so, to order. I can give you 4 ministers. Agriculture Minister gave us a promise that he was going to promise a document, never came. Lands, never came. Information, never come. Works, never come. I have checked my pigeonhole for all this week. None of those information are in the pigeonholes. Ministers should not take the assembly for granted. Just they will provide and they will never provide. So we should call them to order. That's my...
Honorable members, order. The member for Serekunda West. I'm not sure whether you will still move a motion or you are bringing to the attention of the Speaker to instruct the office of the clerk to make follow-up and to ensure that ministers supply information that they promise to do to this August Assembly.
Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion so that those ministers who promised us those documents be brought to order so that it stops. When they promise us documents of essential information, let them deliver them. That's the motion I want to move.
Okay, I just wanted it to, because you rose to 53K, a matter of urgency and agreed by the Speaker. So I thought that may not necessarily be the relevant clause. So now what I will do is to instruct, I hereby instruct the office of the clerk to make follow-up to those ministers and institutions that have promised to supply or provide information to this August Assembly as requested, and they have not done so.
Agreed.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Honorable Clerk, we may proceed. No, minority, you will liaise with the office of the Speaker or the Clerk later. Clerk, let's proceed.
Question for oral answers continues. Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy, you may take the podium. I'm not sure if this is your first time also answering question. Yes, you are welcome. Honorable members, questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy for oral reply by honorable members. Question for December 2024. Question number 449 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salem.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, congratulations once again for your appointment. Honorable Speaker, the Information and Communication Act 2009 provides for the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy to establish the Universal Service Fund, which can be used to service projects on telephone and internet services to areas that may not be attractive to the private sector. Could the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy confirm if this fund has been set up and what services they have provided so far in rural Gambia in helping to close the digital gap?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Ramadan greetings to you all. Thank you once again. The main goal of the Universal Service Fund is to connect the underserved areas that are not attractive for commercial investment. However, the full implementation of this fund has been delayed due to ongoing reforms and the review of the Information Communication Act. In 2019, the existing Universal Access and Service Framework of the Ministry was updated into Universal Access and Service Policy, which was adopted by Cabinet. The Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, in collaboration with PURA, the regulator, and GRA, is working on the introduction of tariff monitoring and revenue assurance systems. These systems are prerequisites for the establishment of a Universal Access and Service Framework and will provide clearer visibility on operators' revenues, enabling accurate contribution to the Universal Service Fund based on their turnover. Additionally, the Information Communication Act has been reviewed, which informed the new communications bill, and this bill currently at the Ministry of Justice for drafting will repeal the 2009 Act, that is the 2009 Information Act. Once passed as law and the ongoing reforms completed, hopefully next year, this will pave the way for the Universal Service Fund operationalization and implementation. Currently, the Universal Service Fund has not been established, so no direct services have been implemented through it. While gaps remain, once Universal Service Fund is established, operationalized and implemented, it will complement existing services and significantly help reduce access gaps and the digital divide in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As your ministry work towards some reforms in this sector, are the service providers in the picture on these proposals that you intend to embark on?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, they are. In fact, on Monday, we had some meeting with the service providers. Thank you.
Question number 450 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salom.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, digital identification is key in the digital economy ecosystem. Could the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy inform this August Assembly the steps the government has taken in ensuring the development of the digital ecosystem to develop our digital economy?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member for Upper Salom is absolutely correct in highlighting the importance of digital ID within the digital ecosystem. The Ministry recognizes that in order to develop the digital economy, there must be a way to verify and authorize both citizens and non-citizens online. As such, a robust digital ID system is essential. Therefore, digital ID is one of the priority pillars of the Ministry and the government. I am pleased to share that the government has decided to initiate the development of a digital platform as the second phase of the National Identification System project through a PPP partnership. This process is currently underway, and we are optimistic that a fully digital ID will be available before the end of 2025 this year. Additionally, our ministry is working in collaboration with Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Information in establishing a single unique national identification number from birth registration, which will remain with the individual throughout their lifetime. The national ID and digital ID systems to be developed will be linked to the electronic civil registration and vital statistics systems to fetch and utilize the national identification number as the unique digital ID, among others. To this end, a memorandum of understanding has been signed with various ministries and departments to collaborate on this particular project. Some of these ministries are the Interior, as well as that of the Public Service. Thank you so much.
Question number 451 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salom.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the digital gap in the country is still very wide in terms of internet connections, availability and speed in the rural and urban Gambia, as well as in public and private schools. Could the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy inform this August Assembly what programs or projects does the government have in closing this gap to ensure there's affordable access for all across the country?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, for the information of this August Assembly, GAMTEL is currently working with a private partner to upgrade and expand its network through a public-private partnership to improve connectivity and address quality of service issues in urban, rural, and peri-urban areas. Once completed, the PPP project will help close existing gaps. You may also be aware of the recent cabinet decisions to invite private investment to GAMTEL. All these efforts by government is to ensure more investment in upgrading and expanding broadband connectivity infrastructure to the underconnected and unconnected areas of the country. Additionally, the government has secured funding for a second submarine cable. This cable will provide broadband connectivity, attracting investors such as internet service providers and large tech companies such as Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, etc., to establish services in the Gambia by bringing their edge and catch servers in the Gambia, which will translate to more revenue for the country and more affordable services for the residents of the Gambia. The second sea cable will also boost e-commerce and online businesses while reducing costs and improving access to digital services. The private sector, especially in mobile and wireless services, is supporting these efforts. Mobile penetration has surpassed now 150%, and mobile internet coverage is growing annually, helping bridge the connectivity and digital divide. The government has also developed a bankable project for broadband infrastructure, last-mile connectivity, and data centers, which are submitted to our development and international partners such as China during this year Forecast Forum and the EU for potential funding. The total investment needed to achieve 100% fixed broadband coverage in the Gambia is estimated around $50 million, meaning broadband infrastructure development is rather capital intensive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, on the cash servers that you intend to deploy, which has the potential to lower the, the upload and the download, what is the government's contribution towards these servers and also the service that they provide to the country?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, we believe that where we have the Googles and the Microsoft and the Amazon, wherever they exist, they boost that competition. And that competition at the end really impacts on service delivery in terms of cost. Now, for the second submarine cable and the CAC servers that we're talking about here, it's all part of the bankable proposals that we have made to those development partners for some funding. So basically, government is making the arrangements to submit, as we submitted to those development partners, hoping that as a capital intensive investment, we hope that we are going to get that investment from those development partners to address it. So our contribution mainly is preparation stage and to monitor it and actually to be part of the whole setup, administrative setup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. With the National Broadband Network, which was approved by the Parliament here some years back, which is deployed across the country, and it seems GAMTEL is the main government institution that is managing this network. How do they collaborate with the private sector? Because again, they seems they are also a player and also a referee at the same time. Because they're the one that is managing the network, so it seems they're a player and a referee at the same time.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, indeed, GAMTEL is managing the National Broadband Network as well as the National Backbone Network, that is the ECOWAN network. There is a conversation that we have started with GAMTEL to initiate measures for its management of the national backbone. The best practice in quite a number of countries that are having these backbones is to enter into a special memorandum of understanding, that is the owners of the backbone be the government, and the entity that is to run it on terms and conditions for running them. So that conversation is going on. The private operators that are using or utilizing this network, there is what we call the infrastructure sharing regulations, which was actually submitted to the cabinet. And on my first day as appearing before the cabinet or in the cabinet, I was given the opportunity to really move. I was not the minister. To be comfortable with it before actually submitting it. So we withdrew it from the cabinet. We have now revised it, and I revised it together with the other licensed operators in this country, the private sector as well as GAMTEL, because we want to capture areas for the effective management and running of this national backbone network. The focus area being either you look at active infrastructure sharing or passive infrastructure sharing. In either of the two, it will be important that we get the details right so that that competition is not missed out. And so that GAMTEL that will be providing the service and competing them at the same time, it will not be done to the exclusion or the disadvantage of the others. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, when you are answering to a supplementary question, your time is only 2 minutes, within 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Questions for March 2025. Question number 11. Question 111 of 2025.
Speaker, I mean, please, we have been listening to our task force for a long time. This is only the second time I've been listening to my task, and do not respond. Please, we use the mic for a reason.
Honorable member, why are you using your mic? You cannot use your mic like that. You cannot do that.
I will do it because I've been raising my hand and do not respond. It's not fair.
Please put off your mic. Put off your mic, member for Joshua. You cannot use your mic like that.
But you cannot be sitting there without also seeing me. Because people know what is happening.
Member for Joshua, please put off your mic.
I'm not going to put it off. Put it off by yourself. I've never been rude, but today I'll be rude because it's not fair.
Honorable member for Joshua, please don't continue disrupting proceedings.
Am I disrupting? I'm not disrupting. They're very fair to each other. Concentrate on us and know what is happening.
Don't speak to your mic, honorable member. You know very well if my aides, if they don't have, or if they don't, you don't catch their eyes, they cannot write your names.
But it's only one or two of us who raise up.
Honorable members, you know very well, you cannot fault them. You know that, honorable members. You can't fault them for not catching the speaker or their eyes. Yes, they are helping me. Honorable members, please maintain order. No, No, you see, honorable members, members should not use the mic. If the member for Joshua feels that he raised his tag and he could not catch our eyes, he cannot just be using the mic and quarrel as if he's in Joshua Fist landing site. No, I don't. No, it's. Honorable members, order. On a matter, to be honest with you, he didn't catch our eyes. And, you know, it's not a force. You must catch our eyes. We'll do our best to make sure you catch our eyes. But sometimes also, because if you are too short, it will be difficult for you to catch our eyes. So please, honorable member, if you have been raising your tag all the time and you didn't catch our eyes, accept our apology.
accept our apology. You can still go ahead and ask your supplementary question.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, you mentioned about Gamtel being into partnership with a private company. My question is, what is Gamtel's share in that deal? What is their share in that deal?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, it is still in discussion. We are still negotiating it. Thank you.
Member for Fonya Councillor, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Honorable Minister, as per the next service that you have said, and in regard to the cabinet proposal that was sent to cabinet, in your first day it was withdrawn back. As you're saying about issue of Gamtel, the PPP method, is it part of your consideration in that reverse document that you have had currently reviewing, or it is still in that normal status quo?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, yes, we are reviewing everything. We have, in fact, reviewed everything. Thank you.
Is that all? March questions 2025. Question number 111 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salem.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The National Development Plan 2023 to 2027, DUB Iriwa, has entered its second year. Could the Minister for Communication and Digital Economy give an update on the achievements and the challenges encountered during this period, specifically on Pillar 7, Information and Communication, and digital connectivity in particular?
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, in response to the question from the Honorable Member of Upper Salem, our ministry registered the following achievements. We conducted a comprehensive national spectrum review and assessment to enhance the optimal and efficient use of spectrum resources, which are vital for all telecommunication services, particularly wireless broadband. Additionally, we developed and validated the National Spectrum Policy and a National Strategy and Action Plan, currently awaiting Cabinet approval. The policy aims to guide equitable spectrum management, support national development, connectivity coverage expansion in unserved and underserved areas in order to foster innovation and ensure reliable connectivity in 2025 and beyond. With the support of PURA, the regulator, and stakeholders, we have developed and validated an infrastructure sharing regulation that aims to promote efficient resource use, reduce costs, expand network coverage, and foster competition by allowing operators to share physical infrastructure like towers and fiber in 2025. We have developed a national emergency telecommunications plan, which is to ensure reliable, rapid, and inclusive communication during emergencies to support early warning, coordination, and effective disaster response. We have reviewed the Information Communication Act of 2009, which has translated to a new communication bill. This communication bill has been developed, validated, and now has been sent to the Ministry of Justice for review and drafting. Once done, it will be sent to Cabinet for adoption prior to tabling it at the National Assembly for enactment. This bill is an enhancement of the IC, Information Communication Act of 2009, and will support the development and regulations of the telecom and ICT sector. We have developed, validated, and adopted the National Digital Economy Master Plan 2024-2034 as the sector blueprint with flagship projects to support infrastructure development and digital transformation of all sectors for the next 10 years. We developed and adopted a National Fiber Protection Policy 2023 and establish a fiber protection committee to mitigate fiber cuts, as well as to coordinate fiber rollout activities and carry out monitoring and evaluation. Series of monitoring activities have been done by the committee, which has resulted in reduction of incidents of fiber cuts. We are currently developing a national DIG1 policy, infrastructure deployment, through a consultancy under the WADI project, Gambia, which is expected to conclude by end of June 2025. This policy rollout, once repeated excavations by promoting coordinated infrastructure development to also reduce cost, speeding up rollouts of network, and limiting public disruption during that rollout. The Wadi Gambia project, supported by the World Bank, has secured funding for a second submarine cable in the Gambia. The transaction advisory and technical feasibility are nearing completion, with the procurement request expected by the end of this March. The deployment and operation of the second submarine cable are projected to occur between 2027 and 2029, as per the current available options under consideration. So on the challenges, some of the challenges related to implementation are obviously similar to the same before: inadequate funding to implement all related activities, projects and programs, while other challenges have more to do with policy, legal and regulatory gaps. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and thank you very much for all the work that you guys are doing over there. Now, one of the key areas that I have not heard you mention, which is critical, that is the development of a national critical infrastructure policy. I have not heard about that one. I'm not too sure if that is in the works, but that's equally important to ensure that we have a policy that would guide us to ensure that we can be able to identify the critical infrastructure of the country. Do you have any plans on that at this stage?
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Speaker. In fact, I did not talk about it because I think there is a question on it separately. Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Question number 112 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy please furnish this August Assembly with the status of Gamtel staff as per their petition against the management of the institution?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, regarding the Gamtel petition, it is important to underscore the critical role that Gamtel and Gamcel play in the socio-economic development of our beloved country. It is evidently clear that any matter concerning Gamtel and Gamcel is a priority and is treated with the utmost urgency. Being fully cognizant of these realities, our ministry has already taken significant steps to address some of the concerns raised by Gamcel staff in their petition. And some of these measures include allocation of funds. The ministry, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, allocated $9 million to Gamcel to ensure the payment of staff salaries for at least 2 months, while efforts to find a permanent solution are being studied underway. 2, a social plan approval. The social plan was presented to the cabinet, which was subsequently approved. Engagement with Gamtel leadership. The ministry convened 2 separate meetings with the management and board of directors of Gamtel and Gamcel to deliberate on the issues raised in the staff petition. We had dialogue with petitioners as well. The ministry met with the concerned GAMCEL staff who submitted the petition. And during that meeting, the ministry sought clarification from the petitioners and in turn provided explanations regarding the government's unwavering commitment to repositioning and revitalizing GAMCEL and GAMTEL to address staff concerns comprehensively. In the short and long-term planning, over the past month, our ministry initiated several programs and strategies aimed at addressing both immediate and long-term challenges. Efforts to engage key stakeholders in the quest for lasting solutions for GAMCEL and GAMTEL are ongoing. Resource mobilization and strategic partnership. Our ministry, by extension the government, is actively exploring various avenues to resource mobilization and is diligently working towards securing a strategic partner for GAMCEL. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No further question. Thank you. Member for Fonye Kansala, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Minister, in your quest resource mobilization strategy, where, as you have said, your ministry performed a pivotal role in fighting to see that 9 million was secured for a 2-month salary. As a new minister, have you ever visited to see some of these loopholes in which the financial downside of GAMCEL is facing so far its resource revenue is concerned? Have you ever visited?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, indeed, yes. I have had the opportunity of looking thoroughly GAMCEL, its records, some of the key challenges, and those are informing us in the resource mobilization. Thank you very much.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor. Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister made mention that 9 million has been raised for 2 months. How many months will be outstanding, excluding the 2 months?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, as per the petition, they were asking for a salary payment as at that time. And we thought it was necessary to pay 2 months so that the month existing and the month to come would address the concerns as we address the other resource mobilization. So it was in relation to the basis of their petition. And today I can gladly say they are continuously receiving their salaries without an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Central Badebo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I want to see to read that. I want to know the exact time that you want to make sure that these issues are addressed, because it will affect the performance of both institutions if they are not addressed. So do you have a timing for it?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, we are following the timeline of the social plan. And the baseline there is 1 year, 6 months. But our target is within the next 6 months. And that starts from 2 months ago. Thank you.
Member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and congrats once again for your appointment. However, Honorable Minister, it's sad that we still have staffs of GAMCEL struggling to get their salaries. If I may ask, how much are they owed and how much is paid after the 2-month settlement? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, the matter brought to the ministry is the petition. And the basis of the petition is the salary as at that time. And that was a 1-month salary going into the next month. And we addressed that. And today they are getting their salaries as usual. Thank you.
Question number 113 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, telecommunications play a crucial role in the development of any country, and the Gambia is not an exception. However, the current state of Gamcell and its parent company, Gamtel suggests that they're on the brink of collapse. In light of the ongoing liberalization process, could the Honorable Minister of Communication, Digital and Economic update this August Assembly on the ongoing works as the digging of trenches from the fiber optic cable between URR and the Combos? Who is responsible for this project? The official document in place for the implementation, and if fiber optic cable service will undergo liberalization similarly to the current gateway liberalization.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, telecommunications undoubtedly play and is still playing a pivotal role in the development of any nation. In the Gambia, the telecom sector is estimated to contribute approximately 20% of the annual collectible taxes. Regarding the rollout of fiber infrastructure, it is noteworthy that a partial lifting of the moratorium was granted some time ago. The partial lifting permits licensed ICT operators to deploy fiber infrastructure for backhauling their own services. However, it doesn't allow operators to connect customers or third parties, including international upstream or backup networks. Consequently, the current deployment of the fiber infrastructure spanning from Upper River region of the country to the Combos has been undertaken by a licensed operator in the name of QCell Limited. And I've instructed my staff to work with PURA, that's the regulator, to acquire all the documentations. Currently, there is no such decision made on the liberalization of the fiber. And should the documentation be needed, I'll be obliged to provide you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Minister, we will urgently need the documentation in which I've also illustrated the implementation of it, not only documentation, the implementation of that project also. Are you also ready to supply that also?
Yes, any documentation relating to the deployment of that fiber, that documentation can be provided. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, we've engaged the committee, Gamtel as a company in our committee engagement where we were told when it started, there was a letter for the company to hold on this digging across URR to the Combos. But it has started. What has manifested for it stopping? And at the same time, continue to start again.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, as at the time the digging started and when the moratorium was put in place, personally, I was not available because I wasn't the minister. But when I came, I was given the information and I showed that a letter was written where information was sent for the resumption of the rollout. And like I said in my earlier intervention, we had a meeting with all the operators this Monday, and we are addressing some of the key issues within that. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, checking the question properly, the parent question has requested documentation prior to that. So we expect that this documentation will be provided with the answer that the minister is providing us with. However, Honorable, and that has not been done, I think if it has been provided, we want to know that by the office of the clerk. But my question is, can you provide us the basis of the liberalization of the gateway, the fiber rather, instead? What is the basis of the liberalization? Which feasibility informs that? And whether it has been approved by the board going to cabinet. We want to see the basis of this process for transparency and accountability purpose.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, when I was answering question 113-2025, in the conclusions I said, we have instructed our staff to work with PURA to acquire all the documentations. And currently, there is no decision made on the liberalization of the fiber. So, please, that's the position. Thank you.
Member for Upper Salem, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm looking at the works that's been done between the URR and the Combo on the fiber optic, and by the private sector. And I remember 1 or 2 years ago also, the same issue actually happened in the Combos, and this same private sector was actually stopped. What exactly are we saying? Are we allowing somebody to do this from the URR to the Combos, and then the one within the Combos is actually stopped? Because this came to the attention of the committee, but we didn't take it further. So what's actually happening? Are we playing double standards, or exactly what's happening?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, there was a moratorium placed on the matter, and the one operating in Combo stopped based on that earlier moratorium. Thereafter, it was lifted, and they are all supposed to benefit from this lifting because it's a temporary lifting. As I said again, we had a meeting in my office on Monday, and we are addressing some of these key issues, and certainly I would even voluntarily engage the Parliament on that when the right time comes as soon as possible. Thank you.
Member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I know you agree with me that Gamtel spent a lot of money on the Addis fiber cable. What is government doing to help Gamtel to expand on their fiber cable?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, I agree that infrastructure, especially network infrastructure deployment, is capital intensive. And I also agree that Gamtel has been spending a lot in that area. But I made reference to a PPP arrangement that is under negotiation. And in that arrangement, government is having we are assisting Gamtel in that process. Hopefully very soon, the upgrade for their network would start as soon as possible. Thank you.
The member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, how do your ministry reach the decision for a single private company to take charge of the fiber cable and exempting other private companies that are in the telecom company?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, Possibly, if the single private company's reference is to Gamtel, then I would say that is by default. So many years ago that started, and that's why we are trying to consider issues of how do we open up? How should one become a wholesaler and others remain as retail service providers? And these are issues on our table we are looking at. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for Communication and Digital Economy, for those answers provided to this August Assembly, and wish you Ramadan Mubarak and Happy Laylatul Qadr. Of course, it's your first time as well. And, thank you, and looking forward to seeing you more often. Honorable members, on that note, be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Friday, 28 March. Assembly now stand adjourned until Friday, 28 March 2025 at 10 a.m. prompt for the adjournment debate. Thank you.